What day?
Are they bingo cards? Good afternoon. Welcome to the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee. My name is Melanie Sachs, proud to be the House Chair of EUT and represent the wonderful community of Freeport. We will begin this afternoon with committee introductions, and we will start to my left with Representative Runte.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Runte, and I represent parts of the towns of York and Wells and the town of Ogunquit.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matthew McIntyre, representative for House District 18, and I apologize in advance if I have to dash away to education next door.
Good afternoon, Representative Valley Geiger, District 42. I represent the city of Rockland, most of the town of Owl's Head, and the islands of North Haven, Cree Haven, Matinicus, and the Muscle Ridge.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Foster, District 32, serving the towns of Dexter, Garland, Charleston, Stetson, Exeter, and a part of Bradford.
Hello, I'm Chris Kessler from District 121, representing part of South Portland and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Good afternoon, Matt Harrington. I represent Senate District 33, Alfred, Lebanon, Sanford, and Waterboro.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophie Warren, and I'm fortunate to represent a small but mighty portion of Scarborough in the main house.
Good afternoon. My name is Reagan Paul. I represent House District 37 in Waldo County, including the towns of Winterport, part of Frankfort, Prospect, Stockton Springs, and Searsport.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative Kilton Webb out of Durham, representing House District 98.
Howdy, my name's Nate Wadsworth and I represent House District 82, Southern Oxford County.
Thank you so much. And as usual, we are very fortunate to have the wonderful talents of our analyst, Lindsay Laxon, and our clerk, Lynn Lacroix. Just a rundown of this afternoon. After looking at the calendar and our late start, we had removed 307 early this morning just because we're no dummies and we know what that means for the House and Senate. So today we will be taking up three bills, LD 2203, followed by LD 2112, and then LD 838. So with that, we will open up the work session on LD 2203, an act to limit rates charged to low-income electricity consumers. And Lindsay, take it away.
Thank you so much. So for this one, you had the public hearing on this bill back on February 19th. This was a committee bill that was subject to a bit of discussion at the time when you voted to have this reported out for reference back. So I didn't do a formal bill analysis on this one, but you've got a copy of the printed bill in your materials and just wanted to provide sort of an overview of the bill. So this is reported out pursuant to current law. The bill prohibits a competitive electricity provider from providing generation service to a residential electricity consumer receiving low-income assistance at a rate that is more than the standard offer service rate. And it authorizes the PUC to adopt routine technical rules. The only thing I wanted to flag for the committee is actually that I think, and this is my fault because I drafted the summary, I don't think the summary quite captures exactly what the bill does. And I want to point out sort of the distinction. So in the proposed statutory language, we say that a CEP may not enter into or renew a contract for generation service with a residential customer who's on LIAP. The summary references they may not provide generation service. That's a much broader concept versus you may not enter into or renew a contract. So I think what that would mean, and the committee can amend the language however you wish, but I think it's important for the committee to focus on what is it that you're trying to prevent? So is your concern that, for example, let's say a CEP entered into a contract with an individual who is not receiving LIAP benefits, and 2 months later, they get on LIAP and their rate is higher than the standard offer service rate. That CEP would not be violating this law because at the time that they entered into or renewed the contract with that individual, they were not a LIAP customer. So it's a subtle distinction, but one that matters in terms of whether you are looking to basically say across the board, if a CEP is providing service to someone and they're on LIAP and their rate is higher than the standard offer, we don't want to allow that. If that's where the committee ends up, I think we'll need to tweak the language a little bit, but I just wanted to point out that distinction for you.
Questions for Lindsay on her summary? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lindsay. So in that regard, didn't we already pass, and isn't there now language in statute that allows people to get out of CEPs in a certain length of time or fairly minimal amount of time?
So in terms of the timing element, I don't know offhand. You did pass a recent change to the CEP statute providing that a contract cannot be entered into or renewed where it has an early termination fee. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Well, excuse me, I think that, for example, if someone is already being provided their electricity by a CEP and they apply for LIAP or tag flag because now they're on, let's say they're on LIHEAP, they apply for LIHEAP and get that, and then it's known that they qualify for LIAP. At that time, when we sign them up for LIAP, wouldn't we tell them, you know, your CEP, you're paying more than the standard offer, and we would recommend that you discontinue that contract? And I thought that there was a way for them to get out of that more easily through past legislation that we've voted for here.
I would have to take a look at whether that's something which is covered by current law. I mean, I think with the way the bill is printed, when you're prohibiting a CEP from doing something, we just need to be clear about what those timing requirements are.
Representative Geiger? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lindsay, for this analysis. I guess my own preference would be that we not use taxpayer money to pay over a standard offer. However, my question to you is, do utilities know when someone's on LIAP?
I think that would be a question for the utilities.
Okay. We can actually bring up somebody from the utilities in a moment, but let's just focus with Lindsay on her comments regarding the bill. Representative Warren.
I just wanted to pick up on something that Representative Foster was talking about. I think Senator Grahowski had legislation that I think was passed last session around that. So just to say, I agree with you. I think we did a few things with that. And one of them, as far as I understand, had to do with an elimination or further regulation around automatic enrollment, maybe for everyone, but maybe specifically for certain customers. I could be misremembering that. I don't have something to look it up right now, but and I think that was an important addition. So the piece around for a certain customer, I think we were debating like whether you needed to have affirmative consent involved. I think I could be wrong about that, but I think this one is going further in relation to the standard offer amount, but maybe I'm wrong. But I would see Lindsay, maybe we just debated at the time. I did want to ask, my impression is that this change is around the fluctuation in the rate over the period that someone is subscribed. So they could, on the date that they sign up, they have in the contract that they sign up, but maybe in 2 months, that number looks different. Is that consistent with what you're flagging for us? I had thought that we were trying to do something where the price never changes within that period above the standard offer. And I think what you're sharing with us is that technically is not what we're doing. It's something we could do, but based on this language, it's technically not. It's just on the day that the contract is signed and then the date that it's renewed.
So I think when we're looking at the language itself, so it is the enter into a renew with a customer receiving low-income assistance that would result in a rate being charged to that consumer at any time that is more than the standard offer service. So we do have that at any time component, but again, when we're looking at enter into or renew someone on LIAP. So I think that's the piece which you'd want to sort out. If someone subsequently becomes a LIAP customer, do you want this prohibition to apply or not? And so I think that's just the committee will need to sort of articulate what behaviors precisely you want, what situation you want to avoid. And the public advocate may have sort of her thoughts as well on, you know, how this should play out in practice, but I think we just need to be very careful with the language.
So if I could give an example just to make sure, I think I'm probably just limited in my understanding. So thank you for your patience. If I sign up and 2 months into that contract, I become a LIAP customer, then say 10 months later, I go to perhaps renew a contract or make a different contract, or enter into one. There's no problem based on this language until I go to enter or renew the contract. Is that what you're saying? Like this bill would not affect me the way it's written now until the point I am an active LIAP customer going to renew or enter into a contract.
I think that is correct. Yes, I struggled to follow a little bit, but yes, I think that is, you know, what we're looking at is at the time, the activity that we are restricting is the competitive electricity provider entering into or renewing that contract. So that's when we're looking at, and it's the rate exceeding the standard offer at any time. But we're looking at those 2 points is the personal LIAP recipient. And so if the intent is to make sure that, well, at any point in that, let's say it's a year-long contract, at any point in that year, the person ends up on LIAP and then the rate is higher than the standard offer. If the goal is to make sure, no, you can't be, no matter what, you can't be charged more than the standard offer, then we need to tweak this language.
I think it may be helpful before we bring up the utilities, bring up the public advocate to talk about some of these pieces that we should be discussing. Welcome, public advocate Sanborn.
Thank you, Chair Sachs. Thanks for the opportunity. I think that the intention, I think from the committee and from the OPA was more akin to what Lindsay described in the summary than in the text. And so we should fix that. The goal here, in my view, is to cover all the various permutations, and let me kind of play them out for you. The first one is the one Lindsay described, where someone is a CEP customer and then later becomes eligible for LIAP and has a rate that is higher than the standard offer. So that's scenario number one. Scenario number two would be someone who is a LIAP participant and has a CEP contract, enters into a CEP contract that's below the standard offer, and then has some kind of clause in their contract that increases their rate at some point, or it renews automatically at some higher rate. Okay. And then the other possibility I can imagine, scenario three, is somebody's a CEP customer and a LIAP customer, and they have a fixed rate contract, and then the standard offer goes down. Right? Standard offer goes down, you know, from time to time. We can see over there on the wall that it has gone down. Unfortunately, not this year. So those are the three different scenarios. And I think the goal of the committee and the OPA, as I understood it, was to capture all of those scenarios as quickly as possible. I want to also address the question of whether a utility knows that they're a LIAP customer. Absolutely, the utility knows. And so then I think the more relevant question is, does the CEP know? Because they're the ones that are going to have to kind of coordinate and cut off the service so that they are not providing electric supply service or billing through CMP for electric supply or Versant for electric supply service at a rate higher than the standard offer. And my understanding of the way that data is transferred with the CEPs is there's something called the EDI. It's the electronic data interface. It's a standardized way that CEPs can kind of look up their own customers in the CMP and Versant billing system. That may not be the technical thing they're looking it up in, but it's the EDI interface that they can get that information. And that EDI database can, I have been told, include a LIAP flag. So in other words, it just has a checkbox, yes or no, on a customer's record as to whether that customer is a current enrollee in the LIAP program or not. And it would be up to the CEP to look that up and ensure that they aren't charging more than standard offer, and either say, you have to go back to standard offer because we're not going to give you a lower rate, or we're going to give you a lower rate. Here's what it is. It's equal to or less than the standard offer. That's how I envision it. The specifics of how we want to implement it should be left to the PUC in my mind. But I do think that the language needs to be slightly tweaked, because I want the at any time to be the controlling language, not the date of the entry into the contract.
Okay. Representative Geiger, question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sanborn. So it's not really in the CEP's interest to discover that people are on LIAP.
Mhm.
So how will we know? How will it turn out if they just don't check and lots of people are paying over the standard offer?
So thank you for the question, Representative Geiger. I've given it a lot of consideration over the last day, especially. And I think that there's a couple of factors here. Number one, all of the CEPs have to be licensed by the PUC. And so if the PUC writes rules to implement this law and then the CEP just ignores them and never seeks to discover whether their own customers are LIAP customers or not, then that CEP should lose their license. I would hope that the PUC rules might even reflect that that would be the penalty and enforcement mechanism. But I don't think we need to put that in the statute. I think that's appropriate in the PUC rules, because the PUC already also governs their licensing of CEPs. So I think that's the appropriate enforcement mechanism. I think as a double check, I also went back to the language of LD 860 that you all passed last year with regard to what authorities the public advocate has. And the public advocate has now the authority to I think advocate, I forget exactly what the verb is, look into the terms, conditions, and pricing of competitive electricity providers, and to request information from the utilities about that, just as we did in the study that we brought to you a month ago. So even without the study language that was unallocated one-time language in LD 860, we now have the authority to go to the PUC in the statute and ask for data regarding CEP pricing and terms and conditions. And so I think it would be very possible for us if we, for example, heard about CEPs that had LIAP customers, or we had any kind of anecdotal evidence, we could then go to the PUC, request that the utilities provide us with the information similar to what we had from Tim Howington's study, repeat that exercise and audit to make sure that no CEP is ignoring the law. Mm-hmm.
Madam Public Advocate, is the terms and conditions to Representative Foster's comment or question around removing oneself from a contract, ending a contract with the CEP. Would that be in the rules to hold harmless the customer? So that if they enter, I have never looked at a CEP contract per se.
Yeah.
And so wondering if there are penalties for leaving or moving.
So with regard to residential customers, there are no early termination fees allowed in Maine for residential customers. And that's really important. So there is no consequence to a utility customer, residential one, who decides that they don't want to be on the CEP contract for any reason, or who gets, statutorily removed from the CEP contract as they would, I think, under this statute. There wouldn't be a penalty.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that was your question, Mark Foster, but that was mine based on yours. Yeah. Do you have one?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public Advocate Sanborn. So I don't know of any CEPs out there that can offer this scenario, but my concern is, and let's just say that for 11 months of the year that I have a CEP and my electricity charge is lower than the standard offer, but in December, it goes up. But the average or the total for the year is actually still lower than the standard offer. I think I'd be upset if you told me I had to go take the standard offer and pay more than what I have been.
Right. So I think this is why we should tie the law to the actual provision of electricity at a rate equal to or less than the standard offer, as opposed to the contract. So let's say your contract did say, you know, for the first 11 months of the year, it's this rate, and in December, it's that rate. I can't imagine a CEP would enter into a contract like that, because you could just cancel your contract with no penalty on November 30th. And you wouldn't have to pay the higher rate for December, because there's no cancellation penalties in Maine. So, and this is, the CEPs tell me, part of why there aren't better CEP prices in Maine, because we made it easy to get out of the contracts, so they can't lock you in, so they can't guarantee and hedge the load as easily. But I think point being, if you were a really savvy customer, and let's say you entered into a 2-year contract, even with a CEP, and then the standard offer went down. So you paid below standard offer for the first year and the standard offer went down, you could just terminate your contract. But the thing we found in our study is most people don't. They pay too much because they don't, either they don't understand, don't have the data, or don't take the action to make sure they're paying the lowest price. And so I think what we're doing here is stepping in on behalf of the state and saying, maybe it's okay if regular residential customers miss the date where their CEP became higher than the standard offer, but it's not okay for LIAP customers, because LIAP customers are using public dollars, and we want those to go as far as possible, and we want them to be able to help as many people as we can. So we shouldn't allow even 1 month of overpaying on that CEP contract, because it's terminable.
All set, Rep. Foster? Here you go. Are there questions for the public applicant? I will say at the public hearing, I went back and watched it. There was a suggestion that we should follow, say, Pennsylvania, that doesn't allow those who are receiving any kind of low-income assistance to enroll in a CEP. That was not the recommendation of ERAC. And so I just wanted to give the opportunity to put a finer point on that if you wished, about why this was the approach.
Yeah, well, I think in being good stewards of public dollars, we also think that if there is a CEP out there that's beating the standard offer price by any amount, we ought to allow LIAP customers to benefit from that, as well as have the program itself benefit from that. As long as we've got that backstop in place, that they won't pay more than the standard offer at some other time due to inattentiveness or lack of information about the standard offer price becoming lower than their CEP price. So we thought getting whatever benefits we could from the from the competitive market and retaining those benefits was to the advantage of the LIAP program.
Thank you. Other questions for the public advocate at this time? Seeing none, we thank you for your additional testimony and questions. Answering questions. Did folks still want to hear from the utilities? Your answer was the question. You would? Yes?
No.
It's been answered. Okay, so not on call unless you need to be. Okay, so committee, I bring it back to the committee for discussion. Representative Senator Harrington?
So do we just need to make it more clear in here somewhere, just by adding a line saying if the standard offer or if the competitive energy provider price is higher than the standard offer, the contract ceases, and then just allow the PUC to establish how they're going to do that? Do we just need to add a line in there
Yeah, my understanding
clarifying our
is,
intent?
yeah, thank you, Senator. My understanding is moving that at any time. Is that the correct modifier, Lindsay? Or at least would you know if we made a motion to say the intent of what we would like is what the summary says, then you would have a chance to work on the language.
Yes, that would work. I also would perhaps ask the committee's permission to work with the public advocate on making sure the language is consistent with the intent of the committee.
So if the committee can express or give feedback around if that's the way the committee would like to go. It's just at any time, person receiving low income assistance does not pay more than the standard offer. And then having that written, as long as that's the intent of the committee, Lindsay saying she can work. Did that answer your question, Senator? Okay, Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this conversation. I think reading the horseshoe, I think the committee does support the intent. And I would like to make a motion of ought to pass with the ability of Lindsay to work with the public advocate to fine tune the language and to reflect the summary and what we've discussed. And I will ask, does this require an emergency preamble or not?
If we feel, I believe if this has the full support of the committee, Lindsay, is there any reason we could not add an emergency preamble? So that would answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That clarifies.
Was that a motion though?
I think it was.
Okay, and so it's, can I just friendly amendment, is it ought to pass as amended? With that being the amendment and the
Yes, ma'am.
emergency preamble and the intent of the summary.
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, and then we said, had a second already. Okay,
I just wanted to beat Nate.
okay. Can't do
But I'm
it.
more polite than he
There
is.
you go. Would you like to introduce yourself, Senator?
Yes, I'd
To
love
the
to.
committee?
I'm Senator Mark Lawrence, the polite one on the committee. I represent Southern York County, the towns of South Berwick, Elliott, Kittery, York, and Agunquit.
Thank you, Senator. So I'll bring it back for discussion on the motion. Any further discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended? And everybody's clear in the intent. Representative Wadsworth.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely appreciate the at any time, because to me, it seems like as soon as public dollars are being taken, then we, it needs to be as close to, it needs to be the standard offer price. And I appreciate that we're keeping consumer choice in here instead of just directing them. They have to take the standard offer. So I like where we landed.
Any other discussion? Representative Foster?
Just like a brief caucus before we vote.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll be at ease for a few minutes. Okay, call us back to order. Committee, any further discussion on LD 2203? Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a newbie, I'm on a learning curve. Okay, so I would like to slightly modify my previous amendment by just simply removing the emergency preamble, because I think I probably would be putting too much pressure on the CEPs as they adapt to what's coming to them. So I would respectfully request to keep everything else I said, just stripping out the emergency preamble to allow the CEPs a little more time for this to soak in.
And looking to the second, is that okay? Okay, so discussion around the current motion without the emergency. Representative Foster.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say that, and I'm not lobbying anyone on this, but I am concerned, as I laid out a scenario after being involved with another bill, the community aggregation bill, and listening to some of the folks who bid on electricity generation for that particular item. It seems that there are folks out there that can come up with especially larger companies that can come up with cost savings for folks. And again, I'm concerned that if 1 month it bumps up or the standard offer bumps down for the last month of a contract or something, that we've now taken away somebody that was saving money. We've now are asking them to pay more. So that was my only reason for my vote. Thank you.
And so the lack of a termination fee and the mobility of customers did not assuage that concern for you?
No, actually, that's a positive. My concern is that we are basically telling that customer, even if they are able to, over the average or total of 12 months, see a reduction in their electricity charge. If one of those months it's high, we're taking them off that program and forcing them to take the standard off. So that's my only, realizing that they can get out of it if they want to, but we're just basically telling them they have to, even if they are saving money
Right.
in that particular scenario.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to clarify from what I heard from the public advocate is that they can save money for that 11 months and then also save money the 12th month by being put over on the standard offer. Representative Geiger.
Just a question for clarification. I wasn't aware that the rate fluctuated from month to month. Is that from what Rep. Foster is saying, that 1 month it's below the standard offer and the next minute it's above? Is that how CEPs work? I thought they had a general contract, and when that contract ended,
Right.
then the new price kicked in, which was usually higher than the standard offer.
Right. I'll ask the public advocate to speak for CEPs or yeah, I was gonna say, or we'll ask Mr. Hudson to come up and defend CEPs if needed.
I think there are both fixed and floating rate contracts that exist. And there are also different times when those contracts might reset prices. And so, for example, you might enter into a contract in October, and then the PUC bids a new standard offer that goes into effect January 1. And then, so there's a differential in your contract, either in the first half or in the second half of the year versus the standard offer. So I think that's the scenario where this could occur. Or it's an adjustable rate contract that can change over time.
And I just want to clarify, Madam Public Advocate, that the onus is on the CEPs to just make sure that their contracts are not above the standard offer. And so the thing about choice is just don't charge a price that's over the standard offer. Is that the point of the bill?
With regards to live customers,
With
yes.
regard to live customers,
Mhm.
correct? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, any CEP that's beating the standard offer doesn't have anything to worry about in this bill. And any CEP that's not beating the standard offer, I don't know how much we as a public And you as a legislature or me as the public advocate really wants to advocate on behalf of that particular company that's offering above market prices and hoping customers don't notice.
Okay, especially for low income.
Mhm.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate you. Representative Warren, do you have a comment or a question for the public? Yes, thanks. So I'm going to bring it back to the horseshoe. Representative Warren.
And I just want to say I respect what different CEPs are trying to do at different points. I just I find the evaluation and information that we got from the public advocate and that's been fairly well reported on to be quite disturbing. And I think that there's a need to act, especially if we're making use of public money that is already a pool that should be larger and I hope will be. But at the moment, these are precious dollars we want to know are being used effectively. And when we're looking at data that's really clear about what is happening, there might be edge cases where there could be something different. But by and large, we see what is happening today. And I feel certainly called to act. And perhaps in the future, there can be a proposal that comes to us from the industry that's offering something different. But absent that, I think I feel I got some pretty clear information about what Mainers are facing, and particularly when we're using public resources in this way.
Senator Herring.
I recall at some point during one of the CEP discussions that like C&N Brown was one of the providers, and I think they offered some sort of, I'm looking at you, Steve, to nod yes, but like a cheaper home heating oil, right? So if they're also receiving hypothetically heating assistance and we remove them from the CEP, we could be paying more if they were receiving cheaper oil in the other program. Because they'd be removed, so. So as part of the CEP, they might pay higher standard offer price at some point, but they also receive lower home heating oil. So if they were getting heating assistance as well, then we'd be paying more in that program because they would no longer be in the program for cheaper oil. Just throwing that out there. It's something I recall.
Looks
That's
like
all.
that was a factor for the public advocate. I have an answer, but I'll let the public advocate go for it.
Thanks. The home heating program, LIHEAP, or in Maine is called HEAP, is paid for with federal dollars, and the funding model for that is not based on what the price of your heating costs are, but based on your income. So it's a lump sum grant program, and that money is paid to your oil dealer or whomever it is that provides your fuel source for your heat. But it's the size of the grant is not based on the cost of your oil. So you are correct that there could be those customers who were enrolled with a CEP who provided them with some other discount. It might be $100 gift card in the mail, right? That's another thing that we've seen as a marketing tactic. But I think the question that was squarely before the committee that the EREC recommendation was based on is what the impact on the budget of LIAP, which is paid for with electric ratepayer dollars, unfortunately, entirely right now, what the impact on that budget is if we allow CEPs to charge more than the standard offer for folks who are enrolled in that program. We don't believe that $100 gift card that we can't track whether they're really, using that, what they're using it for, whether they're getting oil discounts, whether those oil discounts are actually, getting applied, all of those things and how much those amount to, whether they're greater or less than the standard offer rate differential that they might be paying for an entire year versus using oil for just a few months of the year, et cetera. We don't want to go through all of that. We just want to protect those LIAP dollars by saying, C&N Brown, welcome to continue that program, but only if it's at standard offer or below.
So there's no state funding to the HEAT program?
That's right.
Gotcha. Again, I was just throwing that out there as a thought.
It's a good question. I just wanted to
Yeah.
give that
thank you.
clarification.
Thank you. I was going to do the same. I used to run some of these programs, so thank you. Better coming from you, public advocate. Other questions, discussion? Or are we ready to move to a vote? The motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended, and the amendment just being the changing of the language that Lindsay will work with the public advocate on, from our understanding.
All right, may we begin with Representative Runte?
Yes.
Representative Runte votes yes. Representative McIntyre.
Yes.
Representative McIntyre votes yes. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger votes yes. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster votes no. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler votes yes. Representative Sachs.
Yes.
Representative Sachs votes yes. Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence votes yes. Senator Harrington.
Yes.
Senator Harrington votes yes. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Paul.
No.
Representative Paul votes no. Representative Webb.
Yes.
Representative Webb votes yes, and Representative Wadsworth.
Yes, politely.
What was that?
Politely.
Okay, politely, yes. So 10 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 absent.
Thank you.
Oh, what is the minority?
I was just going to say that. Minority report.
Ought not to pass.
Not to pass for both. Thank you. Thank you. We will close the hearing to 2:03. Next, we'll open up the hearing for LD 2112, an act to authorize municipalities to form community choice aggregation programs to procure electricity. I understand there is an amendment for this bill that was emailed by Lindsay today. Is that now in our packets, Lindsay? Yes, it is, right at the top. And Lindsay, if you don't mind going through.
Certainly. So everyone should have a copy of the amendment for 2112. This was sent out to the members and to the interested parties this morning. Much of this language is actually, you've seen it in past versions of the amendment. So I'm just going to walk you through what's changed. So this bill allows a municipality or a group of municipalities to adopt a community choice aggregation program. We start with the definition section. You'll notice that there are 2 new definitions that have been added. In paragraph G, a program consultant has been added and then on the next page, paragraph H, we've got a program supplier. Both of these entities are licensed as competitive electricity providers. So they are subject to all of the requirements that go along with being licensed as a CEP. But the program consultant means a person acting as a broker or aggregator and licensed as a CEP that is engaged by a municipality or a group of municipalities to assist with the development and operation of a community choice aggregation program. And then a program supplier also means a CEP licensed that is providing electricity to customers under a community choice aggregation program. So this hopefully will make sort of the roles of the various entities in these arrangements clearer. I'm going to skip down because I don't think there were any significant amendments to subsection 2, which governs the approval of the plan. Basically, an entity that a municipality or group of them needs to have a majority vote to adopt the plan, and then it must be submitted to the Public Utilities Commission for approval. One of the changes here relates to if the PUC rejects the plan, and this has already gone out for a vote within the municipality, if the changes are not material in nature as determined by the commission, so these are not material changes, the municipality or group of municipalities doesn't have to go back out and do another vote for their citizens if they're not material changes. If you go down to the bottom of page 2, new subsection 3, this is new. This would require that after the program plan is approved by the commission, a municipality who is going to be implementing the plan must provide a regulatory notice. So provide notice to the Public Utilities Commission, the Office of the Public Advocate, and the Department of Energy Resources, as well as to the transmission and distribution utility in whose territory this plan will be implemented. This must be done prior to the enrollment of any electricity customers, and paragraphs A and B give you some timing requirements related to the standard offer procurement. Subsection 4 provides customer notice requirements. This is not new. Moving down to subsection 5. So this relates to the implementation of the plan. So certain customers who are on standard offer service or default service are going to be automatically enrolled into the plan when it's adopted by the municipality, approved by the PUC. This does not include folks participating in net energy billing, the successor program that will be developed by the Department of Energy Resources, someone who's already under a contract with the CEP. And a new addition to this is at the top of page 4. An individual who is receiving financial assistance for low-income households or LIAP, or is participating in an arrearage management program administered by the utilities. Those individuals cannot be automatically enrolled. And if they do want to participate, they must affirmatively opt in. Just beneath that, you'll see paragraph C. This is also new. So this provides that a customer who is receiving LIAP or participating in the arrearage management program may not receive electricity supply under a CCA program if the customer would pay a supply rate under the program that is any time higher than the standard offer supply rate. So you're seeing language in here that prohibits that rate, which would be higher than the standard offer rate. What else? So if we continue down, the next new language is in paragraph H. This provides that a program consultant or program supplier, so this is the entity that's actually providing the electricity to the customers, or the broker who's acting as a bit of an intermediary, both licensed to CEPs, with the approval of the municipality or municipalities that have implemented the program, they are authorized to communicate with those customers receiving service under the program regarding the program and any energy-related products or services that may be available to those customers. Subsection 6 establishes protections for low-income and electric assistance program customers. Don't believe there's anything new in there to flag for you. Subsection 7 governs billing, collection, and data sharing. So there was some discussion at the last meeting about sort of mirroring what's available for competitive electricity providers for the entities that are doing these programs. You will notice that we've got some data sharing requirements under paragraph C, but my understanding is actually that the bill sponsor is still working on some of this language in subsection 7 as well as in subsection 5. But you can take a look at what's here for now. So it does require under paragraph C, the transmission and distribution utility to share within 15 days of a request for certain information, specific data reasonably necessary to price, notify customers of, and implement a community choice aggregation program. And you've got the list of required data elements that may be included. Turning the page, I don't think there's anything else here to flag necessarily. We've got cross-reference to confidentiality provisions, which are required of CEPs in existing law, allowing for tribal community choice aggregation programs, and then the Public Utilities Commission's rulemaking. But I will defer to the sponsor just to see if I missed anything. Or if folks have questions for me, I'm happy to take them.
Yeah. First, we'll do questions for Lindsay, and then I think Jerry, Representative Rente wanted to walk us through some of those changes as well, rationale. Any questions for Lindsay at the moment? Seeing none, we will move it to the sponsor, Representative Rente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The primary changes that occurred from the last version we had, and you heard them through Lindsay's analysis, the clear definition of suppliers and aggregators rather than the single definition that had been the case before. That completely separate section now that has the noticing requirements between the community choice aggregation program and the standard offer supply. That's there to address the concern that when the standard offer goes out for procurement, it's going out for a certain amount of electricity to buy in a block. And if the community choice aggregation program comes in and alters that, it changes, it potentially could change the way they would have done their pricing. And so this resolves any kind of issue of an interplay between procurements for community choice aggregation programs and the standard offer. There's now language that I hope neatly matches the discussion we had in 2203 with regard to customers on assistance and what happens to them with regard to a community choice aggregation program. Instead of being automatically enrolled, they would be opt-in. They'd have to affirmatively make the choice that they wanted to get into this program. They wouldn't be allowed to enter a program that was already priced and happened to be priced higher than the standard offer. And then if the program, changed its supply terms and they turned out to be higher than the standard offer, the customers on assistance would then be automatically disenrolled from the community choice and put onto the standard offer. So under those three scenarios, I think we captured that element. The rulemaking, the one change there too was that there's now a requirement for some sort of a standard agreement between the utilities and the providers on how they share data. But I have to say that because of the timing of putting together all these pieces, as you're well aware, the amendment only just came out mid-morning. Sections 5 and 7 that deal with how what data flows where and who provides it still need some refinement based on some quick discussions with the utilities. We have a meeting set up tomorrow to resolve some of those issues. So sections 5 and 7 are likely to change considerably. But I will be coming back with another amendment that reflects those changes as soon as we can get them done.
Thank you. And I appreciate at least having this iteration of it so that we can continue to work. And I do see a respectful opposition to some of the changes. So I'm glad you're having that in the memo that we received as well from CMP. So it's good you all are talking. Any questions for the sponsor or feedback for the sponsor as he continues to convey his intent to have more amendments? Is there any feedback or questions that you'd like to present to the sponsor at the moment? Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have any wiggle room at all in the opt-out versus opt-in? I'll be blunt.
No, I don't think so. It's very difficult to put together a program where you're buying a block of electricity on behalf of a group of people, and there is huge uncertainty as to what that number is. And by doing it via opt-out, it doesn't give you absolute certainty, but it's considerably more than something whereby people can jump in and out. And I should also mention, although there is no procedure and there's nothing already set up, since 1999, towns could do an opt-in program. And you might notice that that hasn't happened, and in part because, and you're welcome to talk to some of the brokers or competitive suppliers here. You know, it becomes an untenable program. I mean, you have to, you would be having to price things and accommodate a level of risk that would drive the costs up.
Other questions for the sponsor at this time? Members, is there anyone else you'd like to hear from before we make a motion? Representative McIntyre.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to call up the OPA, please.
Public Advocate Sanborn, are you willing to come on up? And have you seen the memo, the amendment? Always a good question. Have you seen the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Public Advocate. I'm reflecting back on testimony that was provided on the 12th. I forget which provision that was, but you made a statement. I think there is a real risk that some communities might actually use this to implement a green program that would be more expensive than the standard offer, just as a matter of community policy. And I do not want that to be impacting the ability of us to afford the LIAP program, and it would have a direct impact if it were above the standard offer price. So that was the testimony that you offered to us, and it stuck in there. And then a few days later, I think we received some testimony submitted by the city of Portland, who are generally in favor of this proposal. For some communities, that could mean prioritizing the lowest possible cost, while for others, that may mean reaching renewable energy standards faster than the state statutes require. So that's the tension that I'm navigating. Have you heard anything in the new revision that would assuage your concerns that you shared with us on the 12th?
Thank you so much for the question, Representative McIntyre. I have. There are two new provisions in the revision to the amendment that would assuage my concerns entirely, and I think are consistent with what the action was that the committee just took in the prior bill. On page 4 at the top of the page, there is a provision that makes membership in the CCA or participation in the CCA opt-in only for folks who are on the LIAP program. That's in that subsection 4 there, second item from the top on page 4. That makes it opt-in for that population only. And then the section right below that, section C, it's section 5C on page 4, also has language that is consistent with the action you just took in the prior bill to prevent a low-income assistance participant household from receiving electricity supply under a CCA program if the supply rate is higher than the standard offer.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, that only applies to LIAP customers in that community, but not everybody else in the community.
That's right, Representative McIntyre. So the choice for everyone else in the community to opt in or remain in, not opt out of the program would remain. So we preserve that fundamental kind of concept of choice for the residents in the municipality, unless they were on LIAP and being charged more than the standard offer.
Senator Herring.
I think I just share some of Representative McIntyre's concerns that there's a lot of folks, I think, on the cusp of being very close to being on LIAP. And is this program potentially in a city like Portland trying to reach climate goals going to push a huge number of people into that pool? It's my concern.
I understand the concern, Senator Harrington, and I think because it's still they have the option of opting out, and because it's at the community level, I have a sense that there's much more of a potential for them to then opt out, realize this is what's happening, have good information from their municipal leaders, from their local newspaper, from their friends and neighbors, as opposed to the door-to-door salesman who might tell them something that isn't exactly accurate. So a CCA, because of the way it's structured and because of the way information is conveyed about it, And because it's at that community level, I think the opt-out formula is adequate consumer protection in that setting. So you can always opt out, is the point.
Yeah, I would just add that I just have concerns that many people just don't pay attention to any of this, and it could go on for months and months and months, and they're just gonna blame CMP because that's the trendy thing to do right now, not realizing they had the opportunity to opt out, which I can just see happening. So I have a lot of concerns there.
Questions for the public advocate? Seeing none, thank you. Other questions or feedback or discussion of the bill? Representative Rende.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, I'd like to hear the PUC's understanding of that new clause that talks about notifications and the interaction with the standard offer.
If they're prepared to come up today, we'd happy. And are you talking about under page 2, number 3? Just want to make sure we're all in the same place. Is that correct, Representative? Okay, so if you're looking at the bottom of your bills, page 2, number 3, the new part about regulatory notice. Welcome, please introduce yourself.
Deirdre Schneider, Maine PUC. We have some discomfort with that, actually, the language in subsection 3. I think we had thought, and we had specified, I think during the hearing, that we would sort of look at the rulemaking process on ways to mitigate impacts to standard offer service. And I feel that this is so prescriptive, it ties our hands on the best way to mitigate impacts to standard offer service. So I think the thought is if there is a need for some notification requirement and we want to ensure that certain entities are notified, that we could do that through rulemaking and say the rules must require notification and the timing for that notification and sort of leave us to the best way to do it. I also think too, in the context of how this is written is sort of if within 2 months of the procurement for default service, I don't know if everybody's going to know the exact date that we're going to procure standard offer service until we put out a procurement. So I think that might be hard for maybe some of the aggregator or the community to know that information. So I think it would be a preference to have that left to rulemaking so that we can figure out the best way to mitigate any impacts.
Any questions for the public advocate, for PUC? Representative Warren.
I wanted to ask around that, if it's not something that could be known ahead of time, what are some of the ways that I guess the PUC would make sure this wouldn't negatively affect the standard offer?
I think we need to think about that through the rulemaking process, but we were thinking about, I'm throwing an idea, it's not a guarantee, so I'm just kind of putting it out there, but sort of maybe you couldn't sort of begin these arrangements until sort of after we have the standard offer procured, so that you're not having a huge in and out migration at times when people are putting bids in, you're minimizing sort of the risk premiums. I think there's a lot of different ways you can do it. But I think we'd rather leave that to the rulemaking process and figure out the best ways to do that. And we are contemplating some changes to our standard offer procurement process this year. We may implement those. And so I think we have to be thinking about what those might look like and when the timing of those things will happen to best ensure that we sort of mitigate any kind of impacts. And this is somewhat prescriptive and it seems like it kind of ties our hands to it a little bit.
Have a follow-up, Representative?
It's really hard for me to contemplate supporting this bill without some stronger safeguards to know that this is not going to negatively financially impact the standard offer. If that's a concern that I have, is there any maybe challenge to my thinking there that you would offer to say, hey, this really may have the unintended consequence, or maybe this is more than, if we remove it, it's more than adequate to make sure that we will do that? Or do you have any other way that you challenge my thinking there?
So specific to the language and the requirement that's the best way to mitigate it, or that doesn't mitigate it? I guess I'm just wanting to be clear.
I want to see something that reflects on and tries to prevent this design from negatively impacting the standard offer. So if that's a concern that I have, and if this language wouldn't achieve that goal, is there another way forward in your view, or that just needs to go to rulemaking and there's not something that like, I'm not going to achieve a good goal by this.
Yeah, I don't have, I don't know if I would want to have specific language laid out in statute where there could be different mechanisms to procure standard offer service. And so one size might not fit all. I think if you wanted to make it clear, maybe to the rulemaking process, you can sort of say something where you could say the rules must, try to mitigate any impacts to the greatest practical extent to standard offer service. I think if you are concerned about impacts also to standard offer service, there is another aspect of this that could be slightly problematic. Again, it might be a longer term future problem, not a current like today problem, but all the risks they are the community choice aggregation things are taking no risk because they're looking at 12 months of payment. So if somebody has a bad payment history, they're staying on standard offer service. If they don't pay anything during the course of that arrangement, they're dropped back to standard offer service. So you're putting all the people who may have payment issues into the standard offer service category. And additionally, we have sort of an uncollectibles adder that's part of our standard offer price that we do now. Once you sort of maybe are putting people who have maybe a bad payment history all on standard offer service and everybody who has the best payment history on the community choice aggregation thing, that uncollectibles adder could theoretically go up. And you also may have less people to spread that cost out. Now, again, if there's not a lot of buy-in, it may be a negligible problem, but if you wind up having a big buy-in and like mass exodus of people, that could have some impacts on the standard offer price in the future. So that is one other area that there could be concern around if that's a concern you have specifically.
Other questions for the liaison from the PUC?
Thank you.
Other questions, feedback, discussion? Representative Rente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to this issue about the notification, what was in the amendment is in fact the way that New Hampshire has set its program up. On the other hand, it's perfectly that the PUC may have may come to a different conclusion on when the appropriate timing might be vis-a-vis how they go about doing the standard offer. And I think, as was mentioned, the standard offer has the ability to be done at different times. And so whatever happens needs to be sufficiently flexible to accommodate what the standard offer is doing before you start to decide what the timeframes are for when a community choice aggregation declaration would have any impact on the standard offer. So I don't have any problem with moving that into the rulemaking piece so that, and I'll work with the PUC on proper language, but to offer them the kind of flexibility that they need. I mean, there's a clear understanding of the intent. I'm sure we can come up with appropriate language for the rulemaking to accommodate that.
Representative Moore.
Yeah, thank you. I'm concerned about that because it seems that this there's not a safeguard to say that this wouldn't incur costs for all other ratepayers. It seems like in that structure. And I also am curious your perspective on what the PUC was speaking about there. It almost, maybe in my ignorance, it sounds almost like dynamics around insurance. And I'm just wondering if you could give any perspective, maybe in knowledge you have from other states, that if there's a certain threshold of buy-in, that does have other consequences on risk or spreading of costs from those that maybe don't have the same ability to pay.
Well, first of all, I mean, back to the timing issue is simply a coordination. I mean, as long as whatever the time frame is sufficient in terms of the standard offer, knowing what the community choice aggregation programs are doing, whether it's 1 month or 2 months or 45 days, it doesn't much matter as long as whatever those timing issues are coincident with the procurement that the standard offer service is doing. So having the PUC have latitude in terms of what they are, I mean, I think that's perfectly appropriate. I don't at this point have any data on all these hypotheticals about pushing a whole bunch of less creditworthy people from out of the community choice aggregation and into the standard offer. If they weren't in the community choice aggregation, they would be in the standard offer anyway. So, you know, I wonder how much of a real impact that is. We can see if we can find some numbers, but yeah, we'll just have to let's see if we can come up with some answers on that question.
Follow-up, Representative.
No, I appreciate it because that's definitely important to me. I'm curious about it and would need answers to be supportive. And just more broadly, it's fine to me to some extent if this is approached through rulemaking, but I want to be able to point somewhere and say, this is not going to cause costs on all other ratepayers. And right now, absent something around how that's protected, I appreciated the inclusion around what New Hampshire does, but if it's not going to have that effect, I guess I am curious if there's another way to include something. And I guess I'm just thoughtful about the level of risk that's not being incurred by the entity that's taking this on versus, again, all other ratepayers. It would be great, and I do want to support it, but I guess I want to know that we're not causing everyone else to be harmed in the process or harmed at all in the process.
So that in particular is 5, if I'm looking at page 3 under 5A, the fact that the municipality or group of municipalities may deny service to any customer based on the customer's utility payment history. So was there a reason that was put in, Representative Rente?
Well,
The risk
part of the
was-
rationale in the 5 and 7 in terms of the data and some of those discussions was, you know, in the original conception of the bill, the purchase of receivables element took care of the issues of non-payment of bills and credit risk. Some of the things that are in it now basically are alternative ways to get that kind of protection for the provider. But I have to say too that this discussion that we're having over Section 5 and Section 7, that's going to result in some changes in this. And so I guess what I'd say is when let's wait until we have what the rewrites are, the amendments for 5 and 7, and then talk about what the issue is.
Representative Potts.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I sure worry about some large towns in Maine leaving the standard offer, and it's too risky for me right now. We're at a time where our constituents are facing record high energy costs, and I just think this is just not the right timing for this bill. So I move on not to pass.
I think there's already a motion on the floor. Is there
Oh.
on this bill? I just need to We have a couple of them that we've been working on a lot. This may not be one of them, but I just need to double check with Lindsay. Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure because I know there's several other ones. So the motion is ought not to pass and by Representative Wadsworth and seconded by Representative Paul. So there is a motion on the floor. We can either debate, discuss that motion, or you can have a move to table as to allow the representative to have time to work on it. Representative Rente. There's been a move to table. That is not debatable. All those in favor of tabling, please raise your hands. And all those opposed? Motion to table prevails. We will bring this back for another work session, although I appreciate the sentiment. And now there is a motion on the floor on that particular bill, so that now we'll have that. Great. So we will close the work session on LD 2.12. And the final bill that we will take up today is LD 838, opening the work session, an act to explore public financing and ownership of electric transmission and distribution infrastructure. And ETT members, we have draft language for discussion in front of you dated today as well. And Lindsay, do you want to go over this or should we? Okay.
Nope,
We'll
I'm happy
start
to.
here and then we'll move to Senator Lawrence.
Okay, so everyone should have language in front of them dated February 24th. So this would take the bill and turn it into a resolve directing the Department of Energy Resources to identify and implement public financing tools for energy infrastructure. So this would direct the Department of Energy Resources to coordinate with the Finance Authority of Maine, the Maine Municipal Bond Bank, and Efficiency Maine Trust to identify opportunities to utilize existing public financing tools, programs, and bonding authorities of the state to support the cost-effective development of transmission, distribution, generation, and energy storage projects, in the state. We've got some specificity regarding what must be included in the evaluation, but it also must include a summary of public financing tools available in the state, case summaries illustrating types of energy infrastructure projects or types of development activities that may benefit most from public financing, an estimate of potential cost savings and risk reduction associated with the use of public financing tools compared with traditional private and blended financing structures. It must include a review of best practices and prior history to oversee the development and execution of investment strategies, including stakeholder solicitation to better understand the local and regional impacts of such differing investment options. Turning the page, it must include a review of barriers within existing program structures or statutory authorities that may limit effective deployment of public financing, potential partnerships with utilities, municipalities, regional entities, or private developers that could help advance publicly financed projects, and a summary of actions the state should take to implement or expand public financing or bonding authority for energy infrastructure projects in the state. Section 2 of the resolve directs the Department of Energy Resources in coordination with the Finance Authority of Maine, the Bond Bank, and Efficiency Maine Trust to implement existing public financing tools, programs, and bonding authorities within their existing statutory authority to support suitable transmission, distribution, generation, and energy storage projects that demonstrate the potential to achieve measurable cost savings and reductions in development or financing risk relative to reasonably available private or blended financing alternatives, and that include appropriate safeguards to prevent material costs or risk from being shifted to non-participating ratepayers. Lastly, the resolve would direct that by January 15th, 2027, the department must submit a report describing the activities under sections 1 and 2 to the EUT committee. They must provide the opportunity for public comment, and the committee may report out the bill. The only thing I did want to flag for the committee with this language specifically. So we have an evaluation under section 1 that the department would do in coordination with other entities. And then section 3 provides a report back. Section 2 directs the department essentially to use existing statutory authority to implement existing public financing tools, programs, bonding authorities. This is something that seems like more of a longer term directive as opposed to something that is limited to just Usually when we see a resolve with unallocated language, it's, department do X, come back and report to us. It's a time limited function. This actually does seem much broader and maybe more appropriate for the general laws. So if the committee does decide to go this route, one option might be, because it's directing the department to do these things, you could include something like this in the duties of the Department of Energy Resources. So directing them to utilize public financing tools with the same kind of caveats, but putting it into the general laws.
Thank you. Questions for Lindsay? Representative Warren, did you have a question for Lindsay? None. Senator Lawrence, did you have any comments before we move on?
I do not.
Okay. Representative Warren, do you have a comment?
Thank you so much. I did have a question. If it were possible to hear from the department on this.
Great. If we could bring up the department, please. Representative from the department. You are not the whole department. The representative from the department. Since this is a resolve about the directing the department to do a thing, welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good to be here today. Caroline Cullen, Department of Energy Resources. Not the whole department, just the liaison.
Well, thank you so much. I wanted to ask a little bit about maybe where the work is at that the department is doing, or maybe has done around these issues, and maybe how this would complement it, and maybe the getting at a little bit of what Lindsay was speaking about.
Sure. Thank you for the question. There's me saying sure. I asked Representative Webb, do I really say that from the bingo card? But there we are. Cross it off. Following the public hearing, we sent some additional information to everyone on the committee about the work that we've been doing in this space. So we had conducted a study last year, the main clean energy financing study, that looked at a bunch of kind of the factors of financing of large scale clean energy projects in the state. And it looked at both sort of the attracting cost-effective private capital. It also looked a little, but just at a high level, at bonding and some of the public financing pieces. So after that report, we were particularly interested in kind of getting additional feedback on the public financing pieces. So we've extended the contractor's contract to conduct some follow-on work specifically focused on public finance of large scale infrastructure, kind of how the state would go about doing that, looking at some of the existing authorities of the state with FAME. So they've been doing interviews with FAME and the bond bank and things like that to understand those existing authorities and any barriers. So we had suggested some language similar to this to Senator Lawrence that would sort of capture the existing scope, but also add sort of report back and specific recommendations to this committee. Just given the sort of funding that we had for that work, we had sort of set up more as an internal white paper, give us feedback on what to do next, and if we need to seek additional statutory authority to move any of that forward. So we do have an existing contract with Banyan for this work, an existing scope. We've gotten several drafts at this point of the work. So I guess just having seen the additions to this today, I think that it is a direction that looks fine with us generally. I would like the chance to just review it closely and consider if any of the additions would kind of impact the cost of the scope that we have, and kind of refer to the most recent draft that we've gotten from the consultant to see if there's any gaps from the additions that are added to this. and also just share it with the other state agencies that are named in here. But we are, a good ways along and received several drafts from the consultant.
So thank you so much. So I had understood that the work was underway a bit, and really appreciate that work and the forward-thinking nature of that around public financing, especially. I guess for me, I had some interest in communicated to the sponsor around, especially the section 4 here, and I guess a thought I have around that is appreciating where you're at in the work. If there would be a possibility, maybe it's now, maybe it's just something I connect with you offline about, maybe at the next work session, to get a bit of insight from entities I'm thinking around workforce, thinking about our tribal nations, and there's a sense I have that if the work's already been done, I'm not wanting you to take on additional work at this point, but I do want to hear from some of those perspectives, and would want to know if it was put to you to seek out those perspectives. So it would be on folks that want to engage, want to give perspective, if that would cause additional work on your side, just thinking about the funding that you already have and maybe the limitations there.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk with you, and I think it'd be helpful to just have a detailed conversation about the specific things that you're looking for here. For example, is a review of best practices in prior history. I guess is prior history sort of the existing financing authorities in the state, their history of public engagement, or is this broader what public financing authorities in other states, how they engage people? So I'd be happy to have that conversation, make sure we're thinking through the same things here.
And maybe as part of that, for example, I know there's been some prior work and consultation with Preserve Rural Maine, and that was that third subsection under 4. That was one entity I was thinking about if there was some opportunity just to solicit more diversity and insight among these 3 subsections. Seem to be things that when I was thinking about prior history, I was thinking about the work in being on this committee, of knowing these different dynamics and knowing that it was sort of our role to hear them and to understand the ways that they had not been prioritized. All these different subsections, thinking about labor, thinking about our populations that have been directly impacted, thinking about tribal nations. So that had been my thought around it, but I also have since heard that the work that you've consulted for is already well underway. And so I guess I feel like I don't want to have anyone duplicate work or go back to the drawing board. And so I'm wondering if there's just maybe a way to have them have an opportunity to react and provide those pieces of insight that you could sort of include in that final report back more than anything, and whether that's overly burdensome for the department at this point.
Yeah, I appreciate that additional detail. So one of the things we've thought about, since there was particular interest in public financing in the transmission space, is doing a presentation of this work to our transmission stakeholder working group, to get the perspectives of the stakeholders on that group, or so we could have kind of cross-pollinate that work. Preserve Rural Maine is one of the stakeholders on that group, amongst others. So that may be a good way to get additional feedback from a sort of related subset of work that's focused on transmission development. And there are several folks on that stakeholder group that are focused on sort of land use and development as well. So they may have thoughts on for subsection 3 as well.
What's that, Representative Wong? Other questions or feedback from the department while they're here? I do have a question. Understanding that you just saw this, Ms. Colin, around Lindsay's feedback under section 2. Was it your understanding that this would be an ongoing piece of the duties of the department? Was that going to be the result of your internal white paper? Is how can you connect these to ongoing opportunities for the department?
Yeah, I think be happy to work with Lindsay and figure out how that language works out. We have, though it's not in our duties, we've previously come to this committee related to MJRP funds and direction of how to use those funds. And some of that language, I don't have it with me right now, included the ability for us to use those funds to do research on public financing opportunities. So I don't know where that lives in terms of statute and law. But I think something more formal in the future could come out of, it could be a recommendation of this. But I can certainly work with Lindsay to see how to make that language workable.
Yeah, I think what I was hearing, and forgive me, Senator, or others who had worked on that particular section, but it sounds like if this is the wish of the committee, that it should be added to duties. That was more use of funding from the sound of it, of MJRP funds. And so this sounds like you shall implement these things, and that would be in an ongoing basis. So whatever that looked like, to add that as part of the charge, so to speak, of the department and the duties is how I'm reading it. Happy to take any feedback. First time I'm actually reading that particular piece, but
yeah,
and that's the understanding.
If that is of interest to the committee as on intent.
Okay,
work
just
on
how
that
I'm
language.
interpreting it.
Yep.
Others with questions for the department representative? Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been trying to pay close attention to this one from the opening bell when Senator Lawrence on mic said, "I'm dropping a bomb." So I wanted to give special attention to this. You spent 8 years here putting in your effort. I figured I would at least try to offer the appropriate bandwidth. So this weekend, you sent us home with a homework assignment of the draft from last week and asked that we take a serious look at it. So I did. And now I'm seeing this revision in front of us, and I'm glad to see that you updated the language, page 1, sub 4, a review of best practices and prior history to oversee the development and execution of investment strategies. So listening to this conversation and sounding like a lot of work is already going on, I was just wondering how big you wanted to make that bomb and whether or not this study should include a deep dive on investment strategies in terms of completely repealing the year 2000 Restructuring Act in the state of Maine. Because what I'm seeing here in my short amount of time with this committee is we're trying to work towards the energy future. And I've had a lot of educational conversations with a lot of much bigger brains in this room than mine. And a lot of people have been pointing out that when we deregulated, that's when the trend initially started. And there's been little modifications to it along the way. He brought up some very controversial energy topics, RPS, CES, RGGI, NEB, all of those things nested under Chapter 32. And you dropped a bomb, and I thought I'd lob one back and see what your thoughts would be.
That wasn't a question for the department. I'm gonna excuse Ms. Cullen.
I wasn't sure if one was gonna come.
Yeah, I wasn't either. Don't you think? Okay, so Senator Lawrence, take it away.
So if we're done with the department, I'm willing to kind of tell you where I'm at on this bill and kind of respond to that. So I understand what you're saying, and I think I've wondered about restructuring because I was here when it was done in the late nineties, and I've had questions about it, and I know Versant and I have talked about it, about the planning mechanism and those types of things and the difficulties. Supposedly it was sold to us because the free market introducing competition would bring down prices on generation. So I guess the bottom line is, Representative McIntyre, hoping you're going to be back on this committee, I'm going to leave this for a bomb for you to drop. So I think at this point in the session, it's too late to try to drop a bomb like that. But I would encourage you to think about it in next legislature and reviewing that. Because I do think, having gone through it, we've seen what it's done for about 25 years now. I think looking at whether it actually has decreased costs of generation, whether generation being back in the T&Ds would be a good thing, or whether it needs to be more centrally planned, I don't know. But that's your bomb, not mine. So my bomb was to try to leave here, get people think about, can we do public financing of transmission? So it was a much smaller bomb than the one you want to drop. So I'm kind of giving up on the idea of having a commission do this. And the reason why is, I want to get something done. I'd like to have something passed with this committee. And I really don't have an interest long-term in this, other than it's going to give you guys fuel. We're going to be back to consider whether or not there's a savings for the public. But why I did a commission, first of all, is I think getting a clear designation of what the legislature wants. And I'm not sure we get that from a GEO study. So getting a clear designation of what the legislature wants, and that we control kind of the outcome, not the outcome, but that see all our questions are answered. So that's why I did a commission, but I recognize GEO is already well along on this. And I will say, I've had this bill in for a year and a half now. And the first time I heard about the GEO study was a few weeks ago. DOER, yep, DOER, a few weeks ago. And it seems to me if they were trying to meet a need of ours, they would have let us know early on. So the question for us now is, do we move what we have into the DOER study? And I think that's probably your best bet, the committee's best bet, the legislature's best bet to get something done at this point. But I just, do these caveats. Remember, I think Representative Webb had a study he wanted to do with DOER on certain things. It hasn't been done, hasn't come back. So I think you guys are going to have to be vigilant on this to see that it gets done in the way you want it to. I'm not sure who Banyan is and what their impartiality is. I've never heard of them, but whether they're going to lean towards public financing or private financing, I don't know. I felt with a commission, we get more impartiality. I think there's going to be a need for legislative direction and on the content and completing this study and following through to see it's done. And I'm not sure with an internal DOER study, we're necessarily going to get that, but I just encourage you to follow up with that. The other concern I had is we've seen on this committee, there are certain groups that don't feel they're included in these discussions. And whether this is just financing or not, they still feel left out. And I know DOER has reassured me that they're included, but I'm not sure they would feel that way. So I was looking for a mechanism to try to get them included, particularly the property owners we heard from, who had concerns, the Wabanaki tribes. I know labor had some concerns. I know contractors had some concerns. I'm just not sure if we have an internal study done not by DOER, but done by a consultant that we're gonna get what we want out of it. But it sounds like this train has already left the station. It's well along, and I think we have to find a way to jump on it and try to steer it in the direction we need it to go. So that's why I'm willing to go along with getting rid of the commission, you know, doing this, and wish you guys best of luck as I ride off into the sunset.
Representative Warren?
Does that answer your question, Representative McIntyre? And if you need help in, you know, designing a bomb, I'm very good at it.
Representative Warren, did you have comments?
Yes, I just to pick up on the piece around who's got a seat at the table, or who's being heard, and is it a meaningful consultation, which I think has been a really important part of my education as a member of the committee, and I really appreciate Caroline's willingness, maybe between now and the next work session, to find what maybe is workable within existing resources and the funding that they do have for this work. I think a lot of my perspective is reflected in the sponsors' comments, and I'm just looking for something that feels explicit and feels like an opportunity to get our questions answered that maybe are connected to these patterns of those that are not included, and then we find ourselves again and again here, and not maybe having done all the work ahead of time, and planning from the beginning. Although I appreciate that this is at the stage it's at now. So I guess with the indulgence of the committee, if that's something that I could try and work on a little bit, and maybe a next work session, maybe come back and work with the sponsor and others to see if there's just some shifts we can make around that, the intention around section 4. That's not a motion, but wondered if someone might be willing to. Could it be?
That's not a motion to table? Okay, it was a kind request. If there is desire for the committee to allow both the sponsor and Representative Warren to work with the department around number 4 specifically, but also I would add to that request of, since it was an outside entity, if they could bring back, the department could bring back information about what outreach has been done to address, yes, it's not a full commission, but what sort of outreach had been done to compile this, perhaps to give the sponsors more comfort that that work had been done. Representative Senator Lawrence, I'm sorry.
I actually think this bill has hung around long enough and we need to move it. I respect the polite people who are going to vote against it because they don't principally believe in public financing. I respect that position, but I think we need to have a motion ought to pass as amended, which I'm making. And then if we want some more input, we can get it, but I'd like to get a completed draft started so we can get this bill the heck out of here.
Do you have a second on the ought to pass amendment, Representative Brente? So discussion or motion to table or anything else? Representative Warren.
I'm going to very respectfully, hopefully, make a motion to table.
So that is not debatable. All those in favor of tabling, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed? 1, 2. Representative
I'll
McIntyre.
actually switch my vote from tabling, not tabling.
Okay, wait a minute. All right, all of those who wish to table, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Those opposed to tabling. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So the ought to pass as amended is still on the table. It did not feel like to me, Senator Lawrence, that I could vote on a bill that did not have those pieces worked out with section 4, which is why I supported the motion to table, just to give a little bit more time to make sure, because I'm not sure that the language was quite right. And also the section 2, I would like to see the language under duties because that's going to have to be completely rewritten. And I'd like to see what that is. So that is why I voted to table, and I cannot support the bill if those things are there.
So I'd ask, what is it you're looking in section 4.4? FOUR.
Yes. So we just had a long discussion around what the review of best practice and prior history speaks to. That is not clear. That is it about the investment strategies? Is it about the stakeholder solicitation? Which is it? I think some clarity might be very helpful. And that my understanding was going to be a conversation between Representative Warren and the department. And then I would also say that section 2 under duties, I would absolutely like to see the language because that will be allocated, statutory language around the duties. So that is why I voted to table.
My thought, Lindsay, is you had the language, the statutory language. Was that distributed?
No, I just had language that might accomplish that, which I'd be happy to, I could read it to the committee. Essentially, what we would do if you wanted to go this route is just put into the existing section of law something to the effect of public financing, and then directing the department to use public financing programs and available bonding authorities to support projects that blah, blah. And then we would use some of that language from section 2.
I'm sorry, I thought that language was distributed. Okay. Madam Chair,
Senator Lawrence?
I move to table.
That is not debatable. All those in favor of tabling, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? What did you vote?
Oh, I voted in favor.
Okay.
Since I made the motion, I thought that was implicit.
No, we actually need to see the hands. One more time, folks. I know it's late. Hang in there with me. All of those who would like to support the motion to table, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed, 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion prevails. It is tabled. Whew, we are going to end that work session, y'all. 838. I just want to note for the committee that number 1, of course, thank you for today and the delays. But number 2, that please note that session has been canceled for next Wednesday. And it is the intent of the chairs, we talked about it, to actually hold committee starting at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. Please let us know if you're not able to be here so that we can count noses for a quorum. And that includes my beloved senators. So normally we would have session. We had been scheduled for session next Wednesday, the 4th. They have canceled session. It is our intent to hold a meeting beginning at 10 a.m. because Lord knows we keep tabling bills. So we got work to do. And we have 2 bills for hopefully for public hearing that day. So the last 2 bills for the committee. So
we'll be meeting Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week. Thank you for that clarification. So I just wanted to let folks know. So if you could please let us know if you cannot be here so that we can be assured of a quorum. Thank you for that. We are adjourned. Pressure.